Off. Remove that. And I just realized I can't even test what the volume sounds like because apparently I've kind of screwed the audio on my stream. So if you can let me know if my voice is too loud or too quiet. Can I hear this? No. I've done something. So I was trying to get better noise cancelling on the stream. And I switched, so I've been using the Go XLR. And I decided, being that I've got this new microphone and it's slightly higher, I'd just jump back to my old mixer. And then I should be able to enable crisp, so I've got more AI noise cancelling. Because if I cough or something, it's been really upsetting me that I can't mute the stream every time I go to cough, and yeah. So hopefully this is clear, and hopefully it's at a good volume, because right now I can turn it up by a great deal. It looks okay in the levels, but I just want to make sure I'm not deafening people or I'm too quiet. So let me know. Now I'm going to try and make sure that if I go to cough, I can mute it. So let's see if that works. Yeah. Okay, so that does work. Looks like I'm not peaking too much. And looks like I can probably raise the levels a little bit. So if it sounds too loud, let me know. Okay, sounds okay. Okay. Then we will get on. So apologies for missing Friday's stream. As it may be obvious, my sickness came back with a vengeance. So I spent most of Friday and all day yesterday not feeling very well, which was terrible. Swallowing food feels like I'm swallowing a golf ball. So apologies for no streams. But we'll do our best today. And what do I want to do here? Okay. Big bag of cluck. Nutritious, delicious golf balls. Indeed. Yeah. Well, again, I'm going to try. I've got the mute button to hand, so if I start to want to cough, I should be able to mute it before I actually do cough. What I was doing before the stream was testing that. I was making sure that how much got picked up if I turned away or whatever, and it seems like quite a lot still does get picked up, so I do apologize for streams in the past couple of weeks. But it is what it is. So let's get to what I'm trying to do today. Okay, so I'm experimenting as much as I'm kind of building here. So we're working on, last time I streamed was adding the requirements to a planning item, right? So the design of planning items is you should be able to add actual requirements to a planning item so that you can dictate what this should look like, right? So a planning item will have many requirements, and and adding is working. Yep, there we go. Adding is working, but what I want to have happen is, and this is a challenge of distributed computing, which is kind of why I titled the stream as I did. When I add something in the UI, it's not just immediately available because I'm pulling the UI as a view, right? So I've got a view database and I'm consuming objects from different data sources, different components of the system, and I'm pulling them in and making them view available. But I need to be able to, I can't just say, hey, add something, have it disappear, and then reappear when it becomes available for real, right? That would be a very janky, disconnected experience. I also can't rely upon making it so fast that it just happens to get there. So what you'll see is if I go in and add a requirement. So if I go to create, I should see this immediately. When a requirement is added, I should see it in the list immediately, not after a load. So if I hit this, right, what you'll see is nothing appears here. So what should happen is this should appear, right? Now you see the one appeared. That's because that planning item got updated. So that's gone full round trip. So if I now go back and go to alert should work, that requirement is there. And that's there because now it has loaded from the remote endpoint, right? So that's great and all. Now that's definitely there because that information got trickled through the system and it now got inserted into the view database. But this is a challenge of this design. This is a challenge of the way I'm doing this, and I'm going to have to overcome it. So what I've been playing with is a few different ways of doing this. So obviously I'm using signal stores, and I may be using them completely incorrectly, right? I've got to learn my way around signal stores. I've got to learn my way around correct Angular. I've got to learn my way around proper usage of all these things. Let me close all tabs. But in my mind, what I need to do is when I add a requirement, I need to insert it into the store first. And then when it's inserted into the store, I need to send it off to the server end. And when I get that back, I need to update that requirement in the store with the ID that I do add. So I do return the ID, and that is a necessity, right? I have to say, yep, I've got it. Here's your identifier. You can rely upon this identifier. And now whatever happens, you've still got the identifier on the client side. So you should be able to make other calls with that identifier. Without having to go back to the server to get the information. So what I'm going to do, what I've been doing is I've been kind of tinkering with how to do these things. So I've been learning some lessons. So the way that this works is when I add a requirement, I hit create, and then it calls store add requirement, right, with the planning item ID. So that's the actual, this ID here. That's the ID of this planning item as a whole. And I pass it the title and intended outcome. And then when it finishes, I close the slide over. So I only close the slide over once that has actually completed okay. In that store, we have the write query. And this is where I'm getting messed up now because I'm making a big mess. But what I'm trying to do is I'm going to try and get the current state. I'm going to set its loading to true. This patch state, because it's a signal store, should indicate. So I should be able to, let me see if I can find, show loading overlay, Angular. There might actually be one in Tailwind UI. And as always, if there's any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to share. There's no No, not what I want. Anyway, it doesn't really make a difference, right? So we can worry about loading screens later. So again, let me go back to the write feature. So it updates the loading state. We then go and get the state of the store in the current form, and we then go and add a requirement. So we go and add that requirement to the maybe that's the problem. Maybe they need to add it to the store first. Well, there's two things here, right? What happens is when I load the planning item, I actually do. This is worth going into first. When I go and get sick, this is now a bad method name because it actually has a side effect. Because what it does is it goes and sees if that planning item exists in the store. If it does, or if it doesn't, or it's marked as dirty. This is an attempt at trying to put it into a state where it wouldn't always go to the server. We go and fetch that from the server, and then we build an updated planning items list. And what this does is it kind of swaps out the planning item that was in there for this ID with the new one we've got, right? Because we got more data on it. The goal here is the requirements aren't loaded when you go to the first screen, right? So when you go to this screen, requirements are not necessary, right? But when you navigate into here, the planning items should retrieve their requirements, right? Because now there's extra data required. But rather than give that up, right, there's no benefit in just throwing that out every time. So what I do is I patch that data in there. So now a requirement is added. The requirements are loaded for that planning item. So when we go back in, we don't have to actually technically load that data again. And then we patch the state of the planning items and we return the current. If we've already got it, we just return that planning item, right? Because we assume, and this is where I'm going to get messed up because I'm trying to maintain the state of the planning items based upon different events. Right. So this isn't the greatest method name, single. Load all loads the initial state of the planning items. This will create a problem anyway because it will load the state and drop any requirements, etc. that are in there. It'll drop. So maybe I need to consider a different way of managing this, organizing this. There might be some better patterns, or there might be some better designs. Now, I'm not going full NGRX on this, so maybe going into the full what they called actions, effects, reducers, store, selector, because the effects and stuff, right? Maybe going into this full pattern would actually help here. But as I understood it, I could use the signal store without, doing all the extra stuff. But maybe I need to learn some way of doing this. So again, what this is meant to do is, okay, well, it doesn't exist in there already, or, this is unlikely, or it's not dirty, right? Then we go and get the current planning item. I think that is what whole action reducer flow is called. Flex pattern. NGRX. Because I think, so right now, requirements are a component of a planning item. right? So maybe if I load the planning item and then update its requirements, that actually does what I need to do. Maybe planning item is a bit more complicated than it is a see, like this has dispatches and stuff, these components. Yeah. Because right now what I'm doing is I'm kind of I'm putting these pieces in here and not really, well, let me have a look at how they do it. See, they do have effects. I don't get why. Hold on. Oh, I didn't do that initially. I never did that before. So if you look at planning item detail, I do this, but I don't do that. Well, that's not. That might not be what I want to do anyway. Load all. So I think the example here might be slightly lacking in so much as it's not really taking me through changes of the data, right? I mean, update, I suppose, maybe. That's only just that's changing the filters. So the books store is actually we're not changing a book. Entity management. Oh, hold on. That's a bit different, isn't it? That'd be very different. So when we go to here, we just okay. So let me walk through this a little bit. So what this is doing is saying that we have update entity, and you can give it a pattern match almost, and it will give it that it matches these fields, and then the changes that it's going to have applied. So in this case, if I could do that for requirements, that'd be awesome. But I still need to get the current planning item. So what this does, by the way, or what I was reading up is this will give me a copy of this object. So what I'm doing is I'm saying a new object, and I'm using this to kind of give me a copy of that object so I can change it. Because if I just go and get the planning items based upon the filter, this fails with a read-only. Yeah, spread operator, that's one. And then, so I go and get the requirements and I add to them or I set them. So it's that I need to do. So this might be a little easier. So loading. So actually I don't need to do this, because if I can do it that way, then I just say planning items service dot add requirement, planning item identifier requirement dot subscribe. So I'm going to add that anyway, no matter what, right? I'm not adding it to the store first here. What I'm going to do is when it comes back, I'm going to patch this the state. The Strandhorn goes okay. I'm getting better again, I think. Going to the end of week 3. As may be obvious, my voice is not the best, but overall, not bad. How are you doing? So what I'm reading here is we can do patch state store, and then we can do update entity with ID planning item identifier. Good, just moved out of DevOps, all in Notion now. Nice. So I know you mentioned Notion before, I just wanted to look it up. The latency in creating and updating working DevOps was grating. I should probably pay attention to Notion as well, considering what I'm doing. I just don't want to go near the DevOps piece. So this would be changes. So this would be requirements. And then this would be the only downside here is, well, let's see. That's a challenge. But I was able to create the exact setup in DevOps in Notion's database feature. Crazy how flexible it is with just enough you need to track work. Huh. That's an interesting looking platform. Project management, docs, AI, calendar. Huh. Like 100 features I'm not tagging with MVP, and we'll focus on that in streams. Nice. So the only challenge I have here is I've got to decide whether I'm going to add the requirement. So I need to do this part, right? So I need to actually know that the planning item. So I need to know the current state of the planning item. So I need to know the store. And I need to get the current planning item. And then that's going to be current planning item dot requirements. Otherwise, it's going to be requirement. So I don't love it. Maybe that'll work. It's a little bit more readable. Not much, but yeah. Let's see. I mean, ultimately, the measure is, do I see the requirement exist on here before I see this notification appear? That's what I'm trying to go for. So, new. That will have the null checks. Right, but I need to know what's there, right? So I need to take the current requirements, and I don't have the state. And this doesn't look like it takes an update function like the others does. Others do. Predicate, maybe. Oh, you can't pass it the store. No, they are null or empty. We'll just not put anything in it. Learning continues. So show requirements when added. So again, all I'm trying to do here is make sure, because again, the disconnected state nature of the system, right? If I add this requirement and fire off the request, it will, and let's say it does add it, and there's no issue with that. It adds it and gives me an ID back. The rest of the system might be down. It might not be available yet. It's whatever. I still want to be able to work on this item on this client. Now, if I was logged out or I log back into a different client, etc., it's not the end of the world that I don't see this specific requirement right now. But it should appear on the screen. But for continuity, as I'm working in this session, this is what this is needed for. The screen, and the fun part about doing this sort of stuff is you start to realize where you've seen this behavior, right? Where you've seen, oh, well, hold on, I thought I added that, right? Or, you know, other things like that. So it should appear on the screen, and then notification should appear. Okay. So when I hit create, I want to see the requirement here, and I don't want to see the notification, right? That's what I'm struggling with. So right now it's not there. Even if I go back, it won't be there. But when I see that notification, now when I go back here, it'll be there because this notification was pushed once the planning item got updated. So I know that that's there now. So this actually loaded from the server, right? Oh, and I actually errored somewhere. State ID keys is not iterable. IDs, state keys. So that actually errored. It didn't actually function either. Sorry. Why would that error? It's an error in both. I guess just object spread works like that. Yeah, very confusing. So that breaks. So the way the reason I'm getting a copy of the object here is because I learned that if I try and set requirements on the object that I have in the store, it will not work. And the other option is to map the collection. So what you do is you say batch state store the no, not of the entity. This is just state and then this takes something else. State planning item state. Do that, then that, and then planning items is, and then you do is state current state dot planning items dot map m goes to, and then you do if m dot id equals planning item identifier, then m dot requirements equals why don't you like that? Oh, equals m dot requirements else requirement. Return m. So I guess I'm kind of learning my way around these things, or you know, I'm going to hack in a lot of stuff until I actually understand a bit more about why I'm doing it, and that's kind of the way I'm building this right now. I'm building it in a let's try and figure these things out sort of way. Now, what I'm wondering is the fact that I'm not monitoring the kind of sub collection change, does the signal store pick up on that sub collection changing? So if we add a requirement, let's build this over here. Do I see this? This should show on the left. Should show under requirements immediately. Wow. Nope, that one didn't happen. So next simple item. Yeah, that updated already. So it's like maybe it does it. So one way of doing this would be to stop the view consumers. So now the event won't actually process. So the Kafka event will fire, but I'll never actually get there. So I'll never have to worry about beating this. So if I see it, I genuinely see it right now. Blah, 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 okay, what we're going to do is we're going to clear out requirements. Okay. So that should load everything again. So we go in here, no requirements. Okay. So when we create a requirement, that's not going to do anything. As much as I'd love it to. Add planning, stores, features, planning item, right? I'm going to put a debugger on the right hand side just to see what happens. Should see appear in collection. When I hit create, I should see the requirement appear in the collection. And that errored. Same problem. Right. That errored because cannot assign to read-only properties. So this in here is treated as a read-only property. I don't have the ability to modify that state, that kind of sub-object of the state. And let's put this back a bit. Okay, so this one okay, so that reloaded. Another item, this one is for Jane. Update state. Update entities should patch the requirements into the current entity. Okay. So that errors. State key, ID keys are not iterable. So we're missing something there. With entities. So am I missing? So sorry. With entities. Planning item. So let's hope that makes a difference. Reload. Whoop whoop. Hello, Deflux. How's it going? Matthias, welcome. Hello. How are you doing? I still haven't figured out how to get restream, by the way. So only Twitch chat appears on the screen, and I do not reload YouTube chat into there. So yeah, my apologies for the YouTube one-way communication. requirements. So C requirements. Put it up here. So again, oh, we hit that this time. Still don't update, but things did get there. So that didn't break. There's our so we hit the server, but do we need to do something now to trigger this? So let's hit that once more and actually check the values that we're doing. So so eventually this will be a bigger field, because the intention here is this is a summary of it, and this is an actual description of what you're expected to see. Should show on the screen immediately after I hit create. ID is fetched already. So we hit play. We don't get an error. That's the key there. So now our store. Do we have our current state? Planning items. So we have our planning items. What is our current? Is well, that doesn't modify that one because that's changing the state. So we'd have to look at planning items. What is network should work? Nah, it doesn't change this unless I can get the current state. Get state store. Oh. Why does IDs not have... Let's go back here and check. So, ID number. Entity ID can be string or number. Definitely doesn't complain about it now. So my challenge here is how far down this rabbit hole do I go? Or I mean, I don't know when to stop is the problem, right? So I could go way down this rabbit hole and do the completely wrong thing here. So what I'm questioning is my state design incorrect, right? Is it okay to have nested collections, right? So I have a planning items store. Well, planning items have requirements. That's a feature of planning items. When I go in and load the planning item, from a view perspective, why not have that associated with the planning item? Or do I have a requirements store that I load keyed upon the planning item? Right. So when I load in the planning item, I go and actually request the, do I want one store with big objects, or do I want many stores with little objects? And then when I load in a screen, I kind of pull all the stores together. What is the right design here? That is a challenge. Because again, a lot of these patterns aren't the same as the server side. So And this is concerning me as well. Like, do I have to create custom, like the custom features is cool, because I can compose the store. Oh, hold on. That'd be pretty cool. Is that a thing? And how do I access it if it is? Because what you do is when you say with selected entity, and then you have a selected entity. Because then with the with selected entity feature adds a selected entity ID, state property, and selected entity computed property to the store where it is used. However, it expects state properties from the entity's state to be defined in that store. With entities. But how do I use it? Because that'd be cool, because then I could just say, okay, well, the planning item store oh, that feature they built. Oh, it is, yeah. Huh. Oh, that is pretty cool. So that'd be useful, because then I could actually if I could just modify that state, that'd be nice. And it puts that into the state. Huh. But then that'd be really easy if I could then modify the state. But yeah. Updating, removing multiple entity types, extending and integrating. Okay, either way, that's not going to do what I wanted to do. This doesn't work. Well, maybe it does work, but I don't. Where was the custom store features? Logging state changes. Here's what I want. This one's a useful one. So features. Logging state. Okay, so import with hooks, get state. So what I'm looking for here is, if I add this feature, this logger feature, what I should be able to do is when I modify that state, when I actually go and say, hey, modify use the update, I want to see a console log appear because that would tell me that it has actually changed the state. And I'm just not updating the UI. So I'm not listening to the signal store. So what I should be able to do here is on planning item store, I should be able to say with logger planning items. Right. And that adds that feature now. So I should be able to go over, let's do this. Plenty of screen space. So you see the planning item state changed. Right. So I should be able to go to planning items. Right. And then when I go into one, is loading true, is loaded. So now it's loaded the planning item and it's changed the state of the actual store. So now when we create, adding a new okay, so we do. No, we don't. Oh, yeah, we do. So we do load. We do change the state, so we're not watching it properly. And that's happening. Well, that's being very noisy. So maybe so we go to logger. So on planning item details, so we do this. We do this store single. We do load all, and then if we do get state, this dot store as planning item state. That's not going to do anything. That's not going to do very much for me, is it? Because I'm going to have to now say, okay, now go get this planning item out of the store. Equals state dot. That's not because if store dot planning items. That's not going to do. I'm kind of guessing here a lot. I know that, but that's not going to work because argument. See, the problem I'm having is this seems very clunky, right? Um, like it feels unnaturally. Um, how do I put it? Verbose. Let's see what happens. So we do this. So now what we've done is we've said, okay, well, on init, we're gonna set an effect and we're gonna watch the state change of this store, right? If I'm right, because all it does is log. So we're just gonna get the state. Maybe that might not do what I wanted to do as much as I think it's going to do it. But let's see. Test. Yeah, not working. Okay. Because this is not doing anything. Oh, he says he had breakpoints in place. Let's try that once more. But we don't have breakpoints in place. Okay. So we definitely don't listen, but it's but we know the store updates, so we do know that the requirement is added to the state in theory, and we know that the state updates. Um, See, that's suggesting that the effect is there all the time. So let's have a look. Constructor effect. Console.log. Things have changed. So anything can listen to an effect, and the effect is a byproduct, is the way that suggests. Error. Effect can only be used within an injection context, such as a constructor, a factory function, a field initializer, or a function used with run injection context. Okay. Okay. So, read only, store, inject. Can only be used within an injection context, such as a constructor. Right, that's what it's doing. Unless I'm forgetting how this works. Interesting that effect is from... Buying items. Effect can only be used in the injection context. Interesting. So does that mean I can only... Does that change the behavior? No. Effect can only be used with an injection context. Interesting. You're not in an injection context in NG on it. Only the constructor is. Oh, so maybe the fact was actually that I didn't remove the original stuff, so... Because I think the other stuff was still there. Let's have a look. Okay. Yeah, that's still all good. So what I'm learning here is there's a lot of challenges that I'm having to overcome with, just, okay, things have changed. Okay, so let's do that. So test, things have changed. Okay, so we do know when its state changes. Ooh, that's a lot of things have changed. So we do, let's make sure we do. So one of the things I want to be careful of is I don't want to keep doing this. If I'm not going to show the loading icon, there's no need to show loading. So that should change the state. I could do it if this is going to take a while, right? So I pause the actual screen, but I think I can worry about that as a refinement later on. But I don't want to just do it randomly right now. So let's see if... So things have changed. We do get told about it. So what we want to do is this dot... I mean, we technically know about... So equals state dot let's see if it, I just want to see if it changes more than anything. Again, this feels like I'm just chasing down mistake after mistake after mistake, and I'm just trying to patch it in, and that doesn't really feel very good. So that doesn't change. Suggesting that that doesn't actually update the state in any way, shape, or form. Oof, that's going to be rough. State. Okay. New item. It's here. Okay, so we hit that debugger. Okay, so state planning items. Identifier is 902. So state. Let's expand this. Planning items. There's our first requirements. So we don't. So we're not actually ever modifying the state of the entity. Because if it was doing that, this would happen. And I've lost a feature here now. That's a challenge. So but either way, that's not even going to work. So let's go back to the original style, which is that, and then we do planning items. Is data planning items dot map goes to m.id equals that's going to be current planning item dot requirements, comma requirement. Otherwise, it's requirement. That's going to be. So this is meant to be patching in the difference, basically. Otherwise, M. So that's meant to change the state. So let's see if that changes anything now. As always, if anyone knows what they're looking at and they have any opinions or they have any thoughts on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to join in. I am not in any way, shape, or form pretending to be an expert in this. That is for certain. That's fine. That's fine. Planning. Fine. Okay, so now so many updates. Okay, so let's do this. Testing. This is testing. Battery state. Actually changes. Create. So it didn't even get here, but it did modify the state. Or did I disable that? No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Yes. No. Okay, let's test that once more. Updating requirements. It's going to hurt. Okay, it is getting here. Okay, so now that is getting there. That is modifying the state appropriately. And this is client side now. So if I move away from this and go back to alert should work, right? That's going to fail because they're not on the server side. So what I was trying to do before I was like this path, well, so I think that's the right thing, right? So we have to say, hey, we just watch the state, and if its state changes, go and get that, right? That I understand. So everything kind of is, hey, there's a side effect here. Because we're changing the state of the underlying store, everything should be fine there. There should be no real issues. So what I did is I introduced this is dirty flag earlier on, but I don't think it's what I want to do. So what I did with the initial store was I said, okay, well, until the server tells you something's been updated, don't go and get, so the query. So what a store is a current on the store, on the state of the store, right? And what I do here is I if it's not current, I go and fetch the data, so I mark it as loading. I go and get the planning items from the server. I subscribe, and then when I update them, I then patch the state with the results and mark current as true. So if I come back in here, it won't reload the store. So if I add a requirement, or if I add a planning item, the store holds on to it, even if it's not yet come back through to the view. And again, this is an issue with the distributed design, right? So if I want continuity, I can't just say, hey, wait until this data's actually made it full circle. 5,000? Yeah. So again, yeah, it's kind of, when I add a planning item, the planning item gets stored in the database. I return the ID back down to the client. I publish it to Kafka. The view consumers are listening to that message. They get it. They store their data in the view form of it, and then publish an event to mass transit, which the view is listening to, which then tells the client, hey, this item's been updated, by the way. So that's what tells me on the client, yep, you can do that. So I subscribe to that notification service here. Within the store, within the planning items store, I actually have two services, right? And that's just so I can monitor for changes. So the notification system will tell me, hey, this item changed. And all I do there is mark it as currently as false because things have changed. And that will only publish a notification down to clients that are that care. So if this planning item doesn't currently affect this user, it wouldn't be there anyway. Sorry. And then this turns around and calls load all, because load all will then say, oh, well, the state needs refreshing, so it'll re-pull the state, right? The downside to this method, and one of the tricks I'm going to end up with, struggling with, is the fact that it could potentially load the store as I'm modifying the store. So, yeah. We may have to kind of learn some lessons around synchronicity there. But either way, the idea was the single, when I mark it, when I get an item, when I've changed the item, I should so single is meant to return the planning item that this needs. It is doing a little bit more right now, but that's kind of abstracting that behavior away from the UI, right? So the UI should not care how it gets that entity from the store. It should just get that store item. So what I do is I go and get the existing from the planning items in the state, and if it's not there, I go and load it from the server. So this is the await first value from. So this fetch one will make a GraphQL query, pull the item. We then get the current planning item, and then we update the state of the planning items, and then we patch the state. Right. Now this is not marking is current true, because this entity is not necessarily right. But the problem is, what this is currently doing is this is always going to the store, always going to the server and reloading the state. So oh, so many chicken and eggs. I'm trying to think how I diagram this because I need to understand these behaviors because they're kind of all intertwined. What do I do? So this is not knowledgeable enough to know everything because this will reload. So if I have, let's say I've gone through and I'm being super productive, right? And I go in and I add the requirements to this and I add requirements to this and I add requirements to this. Now the server isn't working, right? Cack. I should have done it that way. Let's do that. We're going to see some notifications appear. Now, the server isn't working. What's going to happen here is, yeah, see all 12 appeared there? You can see all the flow, right? So all those items I was working on before, they all came through. Each one of them triggered a callback to the server to load the data, right? But now, if item 1 comes in, it's going to reload the state of the store, but the requirements now might not all be there. So my store is completely out of whack now. Ooh, this is not fun. This is not fun. I've got a feeling I'm missing some design patterns here. So getting away from stores or any sort of state management entirely, right? This is still an issue because I go in and I add a requirement, right? To get the details of that requirement, if I'm not storing them locally, I have to go and get them from the view. I'm not using the APIs for view, right? So there might be right this second, but the API over here has no concept of get, right? Because this is a sole input, right? We're separating the commands from the queries. The view has the concept of query because it's a GraphQL API, but this data isn't visible to it yet, right? Because until it's consumed into the view store, into the view storage, the server side of this, right? This planning item receiver receives the planning items. It receives the requirements. Again, requirements are nested under planning items. The thing that updates the client is mass transit. That's the disconnect. That's not really a problem. So so what I'm thinking about is whether I need to make this more intelligent about telling it what updated, which seems really excessive, or the client structuring is wrong, and do I need to separate requirements from planning items? Being that planning items are everything, and as I had more things, right? If I had documents, if I had notes, etc., all those things would have to follow a similar pattern. In this workflow, if item 1 comes back and item 2 has just had its requirements updated, item 1 being notified this has changed will reload item 2. Now I'm not pushing the full item there. Sorry if that was noisy. This feels like it should be possible. Now, has anyone in chat ever, have you used NGRX and have you tried to do something of this complexity? Like, I knew this would be hard, right? And that's why I'm focused on this part, right? Adding requirements is not just about, oh, I can save them on the server. There's an entire feature set here. Now, I do know the entity that has changed. I do know the type. So maybe I need to go deeper into NGRX and actually look deeper into custom state updaters. So one of the options would be to mark an entity as needing reloading and then firing off a request to patch that entity into the system, right? So let me go to the diagram. Where's the diagram? So again, when I have a component on the screen, if I'm asking for the data, right, I load the data. Load goes through the service to the data store in the background, right? It pulls down that data, it gets that. Now, if I change this data and I publish something, if this effect or whatever, or the reducer or whatever can know that this is the entity, right? Because again, the notification here, it does know. So if I go to result.data. Notification received, I do know the target identifier and result.data.notification received category, right? So this is planning items, right? So I do know that this planning item has been updated. So I could mark that one as dirty. and fire off something to go and reload that the state of that entity. Right, so I could go and reload a specific one. That would fix that problem. Rather than reloading the entire store, which would be less noisy, right? It would be less chatty, right? So I wouldn't need to do this. I'd just never, once I'd loaded it, I just need to maintain it. So if I added a planning item, it would reload that into the state when it comes back. But again, the challenge becomes if I add an item, I go in here and I add a requirement, right? I add a planning item, I add a requirement. I come back here, I get the planning item back, but the requirement hasn't made it all the way through yet. Even if it reloads the planning item, that requirement is still empty because unless I merge the state, right? So I have to take the state change and say, okay, well, the planning item looks like this, but its requirements have actually changed as well. And by the way, they haven't reloaded. So that gets even harder. And this is a simple object, right? This is not a something I want to create a one-time workflow for. It's a pattern I need to put in place because this is just one entity. Once I get to documents, once I get to notes, once I get to image uploads or whatever, what does that look like, right? For every single thing I can change, I've got to track its state and say, hey, well, this hasn't changed, this has changed. Okay, well, this is dirty, this is not dirty, this needs to publish. Oh, this entity changed, patch it in, etc. And I'm not going to publish notifications for those other things coming back, right? So by virtue of the update coming through, so again, because I attach requirements to planning items, I get this notification, but that's a side effect that may change. And the more I'm talking about it, the more that is likely to change because the planning item isn't going to have the notes attached. The planning item isn't going to have the image uploads attached. Those are separate things. So what do I do? What do I do? That is the question. I need a consistent pattern. I cannot go with this hacked together kind of state tracking thing. So one option would be to mark, instead of it is current, is loaded, right? So if we haven't loaded the state yet, load it, right? And then we never come back in here unless we force a reload. So a force reload would set it, and then we'd say load all, right? Then when we get a notification for a subscription we care about, we go and load that individual entity. That will pull that entity. If we go and get a notification for an entity and we pull the entity, we patch the data in. When we load a single, this changes so much based upon how I flex the update or let's have a look. Let's do a bit of a quick search. As for what do I actually look at here? Let's go to Gemini and let's see. Okay. When I have a distributed system, that how do I okay, going to do something drastic. So I'm going to take a quick look at a book I bought recently. Let's see if it has any suggestions for if there is. No, there's not. I can already tell there's not. So I bought software architecture with C Sharp and .NET 8, or C Sharp 12 and .NET 8, and it has Blazor as a client framework, and that's it. A bit of Maui, but not much. A couple of pages, but it doesn't go into CQRS as a style. I'm just looking at the index. So, defining microservices, presenting ASP.NET Core, working with serverless functions, interacting with the data, implementing front-end microservices. That's an interesting concept. Front ends and micro front ends, defining the application architecture, 471. Kind of want to see what that looks like. Because this isn't, I mean, the design of the actual system is distributed. So, and again, I'm not going to change the back end, right? I can figure this out. I just got to figure out, what paths I need to choose. Looks very similar. Yeah. Yeah, it's all pretty much similar. Add queries, add commands, add events. So I don't believe that the design of the system as a whole is incorrect necessarily. I think the challenge here is learning how to overcome this particular design challenge. Let me go back to here. So we load up, open, load from file. So one day I'll save the version with the actual client drawing on it. But the commands come in here, right? So in this instance, they're coming in the planning piece. The UI itself is unified, right? It's showing everything. It's not okay for me to query this side of data. The planning item gets published. The planning item gets consumed and stored in the read database. So just because I add an item on the planning on the client side doesn't mean it's immediately available here. It could take a little while, right? Now, I can still make updates. As long as I know about that planning item, I can still make updates against it. That's what I'm trying to avoid losing, right? Because if you're going to add something, the likelihood is you're opening it on a client, you're adding it, and you're changing that data. So when huh, when wouldn't when I started the stream, I actually thought I did have a full plan for this, right? Like, what am I actually going to do? And now I've gone down this path, I kind of understand a little bit more. I can see that there is definitely a lot to consider. Um, I think this is an application that benefits greatly from that state, right? And it's not about storing the actual application state. It's more about knowing when your data is in need of reload, right? And kind of on an individual basis. Um, Now, if I stored the if I stored the planning items from the requirements separately, would this help me? A little bit, because I could say, hey, the requirements have changed versus the planning items changed, as long as I publish notifications, right? So it all relies upon that notifications path. If we take notifications out, if we take the client being able to be told things have changed out of the case, does that change anything else? Does that change my problem? Don't think it does. So, so we have a planning item. We go in here, we add a requirement, new requirement, right? This is a new requirement. Then we create, we can see it appear here. If we see 13 appear there and go back out, when we come back, see that reloaded the state of the store. But because I'm in this planning item, the state of this was lost because that did not come down in that initial, because it reloaded the planning item, right? So if I go back and come back in, it now gets it, right? So what we just witnessed there was the store changed, right? So we refreshed the data and the requirements went away. So we actually loaded that planning item back out, and that planning item now doesn't have its data. So actually that demonstrated it perfectly, right? That's exactly the problem. So even if I change it so that I always load the planning items, right? Let's say that I change the GraphQL query, because again, what I'm using right now is I'm using this method, this version when I'm loading the individual planning item. When I'm getting all the planning items, I do it this way, right? So I get the ID, the title, the description, the review date, the created by user, the assigned user, and the date added, right? And I technically don't even need that because it's meant to be me anyway. Me or null, essentially. And this will eventually change anyway, but I don't pull the requirements down. On this version, when I go and get the individual item, I'm going to pull more data, right? Created by user. I know the assigned user right now. I'm assuming it's me, right? I can still do that. Assign user ID name, right? That was going to fail because of the token. Um, I, oh, sorry. So we get the assign user, we get the requirements, that's fine. Get planning items. This does it all load when it updates? Planning. Does it all load when it gets updates? Let's take that ID there, go here. Paste that in there, run that. Okay, so we have requirements, right? So these requirements are all added. We know who created them and everything like that. Even if we change the base query to pull that information, that requirement, that update might not actually get there because of that requirement update. That update might get there because the planning item was initially added and it's backing up the queue, right? So the requirement might come afterwards and then force it reload all again. So it's not really a good idea to reload the entire store every time I see a data change, right? That's actually going to bite me more often than not and make the application significantly heavier than it needs to be. So how might I do this? What am I going to do? Well, I think challenge number one is, hey, I don't need to reload everything all the time, right? So I could change this. Let's try and make the change, right? Because again, I've got to commit to doing this, right? I can't do this any other way right this second. So the query data, let's call this is loaded, right? So the only way we'll reload this is if we actually refresh the store, which we'll look into doing later, right? So now, if we go back to the planning item store query, if it's not loaded, right, is loaded is true. Is loaded. We'll worry about that in a second. Is loaded, right? Now we don't need to do this, right? Because we're not going to do, we're not going to mark that as unloaded unless we actually, what we'll do is manually put a refresh button on the screen eventually, right? So planning items will get that. Right. So now that's loaded. What you'll see is on the right hand side, we will never, or we won't now. So if I go back here and go back here, you won't see GraphQL query happen again, right? Because now we're not using that. If I go into an item, you'll see GraphQL query again because it's loading that specific item. If I go back to planning, right, it's not going to keep reloading that item, right? Right. These are reloading, but the right. So you can see this moving up because individually, when we click on these are reloading because they're not modified, right? So I have no concept of not dirty or whatever on there. And again, I'm patching that item, which is not good. So if I do current plan item dot, or rather existing, why would that be? That would be wrong anyway. Is loaded. Let's just go with is loaded again because it's kind of, so it's not loaded. Now it's loaded. So if it doesn't exist already or it's not loaded, mark it as loaded, right, for that planning item. And then we're going to patch the state in there. So now we should see, we go into planning items, we have our GraphQL query. Let's clear that so we can see the progress. We go in there now. Oh, why am I doing that? Okay, so we loaded the data. But now we shouldn't go in for that item. We should go in for this one. Nope. Nope. Oh, yeah, hold on. So now we go back in there. Ah, okay. Well, yeah, we do that. It should. Hold on. Let's have a look. So that's the data for that planning item. So the idea would be that when we add a requirement, adding a requirement should mark that as not loaded. But the problem there would be, now if I mark it as not loaded, I'm going to go back to the server and get it, right? So if we go into an item, did I clear them out? No. So I don't know why it's not loading requirements right now, but that'd be weird. Should be loading them. So let's go applying item detail. This store single should, if not existing 0. So if we haven't loaded it, or, well, no, or it's not loaded. Yeah, that should work. Messing up is what I say. This is kind of brain bending because there's probably some good patterns for doing this. The design, yes, it is complicated, but if I get the right patterns, the payoffs will be there, right? Because again, all I'm trying to do is make sure this, and again, if you logged into a different client right now, this would be the state you would see is the state that the server says it is. So you wouldn't really know that things have changed, right? This is just so that you've got continuity while you're working with it, right? Which is important, right? Now, again, it's not a lie. So if I add an item, the only way I see the item appear on the screen is if I've got an ID to work with it, right? So, sorry, it's not like I can break this, or it's not like the data's not there. I've got the data, the view just doesn't align with it. And if you think through systems you've worked with, you've seen this happen in all likelihood, where you've thought, "Hey, I added that. Where did it go?" Right? And the likelihood is, if this was Blazor, it wouldn't happen. No, because I wouldn't be developing this the same way with Blazor. Although the state stuff would be. I would be seriously interested in seeing a major Blazor application and see what would happen. But I don't want to invest that time in creating a Blazor alternative to this, right? I think I'd get way too frustrated just on my experience so far. It would be perfect and everything. So it's only 250 hours. I don't even want to know how much time I've actually spent on this already, but sorry, 250-hour stream. I don't think I'm going to be hitting 250 hours. I'm at 2 hours already, so that's pretty good. Coming up in May. I will be doing a long stream for my affiliate anniversary. I'll be doing at least 6 hours that day, if I can manage it. At least 6. Which for me right now is a long stream. Do the whole month. Well, I did book my birthday off, so I may stream on my birthday. That's in May. So, and May marks my 5-year affiliate anniversary. So, 21 today. So what do I do? What do I do here? So this is got ads coming up in a few minutes. So when the ads come up, I will take a quick break because I do need to get some water, as may be obvious from my voice. But how do I tackle... Oh, or you could just do that. Twitch, tell me I've got 3 minutes left and then just pop the ads up. Great. I'm going to take the opportunity though. I'll be right back. Thank you for hanging about. Okay, I am back. Do this test. We're trying to prove... We're trying to prove that this is heavy. My Blazor app is 1.2. But this is also not compiled or built or whatever or optimized. This is a development application. Okay. I mean, I get it. I get that that would be software dev. No, I mean, I get the challenge there for certain, right? That's why there's no default state on it. That's why. Like that's always going to be. So what that did then is that because that exists and that has no default state, that's actually returning 0. So it's actually returning the version with no items in it. Right, so I'm not going getting that. So we need to go and get a planning item. Yeah. The challenge is I've made this an interface. So you can't do this, right? You can't set that because it's not an interface. If I make it a class, all this changes because standards. So some of this is me missing understanding of TypeScript best practices, right? I get that. As for the client bloat, I get it. I get that it could be a lot smaller. Minification's only going to assume don't do so much for this. I mean, if I load, let me move that off screen. I have a feeling I'll log in with my Google account. No, I don't log in with my Google account. What do I log in with then? No, not that one. I log in with my Microsoft account, which is my Google email. That's Trello. This is our initial pet home project, and that's Trello. This is just this. So I'm not defending it. I'm just saying that is an app that is out there that is doing something similar to what I'm doing, and that's 3.3 meg, and that's an optimized application. There's also a spa. So yes, I get it that making it smaller would be good. Probably would. Probably not a bad idea. Now let me go and I need to go take that logger off there. It's driving me nuts. Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of optimization to come. So clunky. My biggest concern of some of this stuff is I don't want to. No, that didn't work. Gotta do that. That'd be awesome. Let's do it that way for now. Let's move. Yeah, I think I'm missing some of this is my understanding of the actual. Why are you not doing that? So it exists, so that immediately bails out. So I actually just need to test that. Oh, if existing is loaded equals undefined, or not existing. Shame I can't pipe. Shame I can't say is loaded is undefined or false. Let's see if that changes that behavior. Cannot add property is loaded. And that's because actually that was actually working. The problem was you can't change the entity. So again, I think I'm missing practices and design patterns here because this just feels hard. Unless this is meant to be hard, unless this is actually the way that TypeScript development goes now, and or maybe I'm trying to merge state and data, state and status into the object, and I shouldn't be doing that, right? So the problem would be not existing. I mean, I'm trying to load a single entity, and maybe that's not what I want to do. Maybe what I want to do is get the requirements for the entity separately to the actual entity and load them in there, right? So this will break. This won't break, but it won't work because now I'm just loading the entity. So I'm not even going to do that single thing right now because it doesn't exist, right? We don't go to the server unless we now trigger this separately. So we're not going to load all accidentally again. So what can we do here? So I think calling it single is the problem because we need to be more explicit about the behavior. What do I want to happen? Well, when I click on this entity, I want to say, do I have the information I require? And if I don't, I should load that information in and update the state of this entity. If I then change that data, so I'm trying to be general here because I've got to think about this in terms of what does it mean to do this for everything? Because planning items is just one piece of the overall system, right? So whatever patterns I set, whatever practices I handle here, Have to be done. And I would be interested to know, defaults, by the way, what method would you use in using something like Blazor? How would you avoid significant backend requests, right? So Blazor server is one thing, right? So you're using Blazor server. So Blazor server loads everything on the server and constructs the data. But it still patches state back into the client, right? So it doesn't load everything. How do I avoid it? I pass the object between the states. Between the components. Well, essentially, that's what I'm doing, right? So what I do is I load the object, right? Now, what I'm saying is what I'm trying to do here is say, okay, well, when I click in here, right, this is the same planning item, right? This is the same entity that appears here. I've got all that data that I see here already. So there's no load, there's no GraphQL query here now, right? What I want to do is now say, okay, well, now I need the requirements, but now they should patch in so that when I go back in, I don't request them again until they're marked as having changed, right? So what I'd want to do is say, okay, well now, right. So everything you see here is now just one list of items, right? I don't want to load everything up front. It's not about the offline nature. It's about continuity. Oh, you SQLite in EF. Well, this isn't client based, so I don't have SQLite as an option, do I? They got rid of that, didn't they? That's deprecated. I think that's deprecated. Index DB. I think it is. I think I saw something. Yeah. Yeah, that's going away. So what I need to do is say, okay, well, now I've come in here, requirements need to be loaded. I don't have requirements, right? So essentially what I want to do is fetch requirements for the data, for the planning item. Sorry. So when I go into planning details, right now, when I set the identifier, I have the option of loading the store. I could make a query on here, which would be async fetch requirements for fetch requirements, and this would take a identifier string. This would be promise, planning item. Actually, it'd be requirement. Would it? Kalki, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. Have any thoughts or questions on what I'm doing? You're more than welcome to ask. Right now, I'm taking on a larger design issue than I even thought I had. So, I think just from the start of this piece, I definitely think this is a more realistic pattern, right? I think from a yes, the other document DB. I have to go, alas. No worries, Deflux. Have a great rest of your day if I don't see you again. And yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna keep looking at this. Like, how does this work? What pattern should I use? There's also there is a another streamer who is let's see if I get this right. Excel Camille. He does a lot of Angular stuff. He knows a lot about these stores and stuff. So if I can figure out how to define what I'm trying to achieve, it would be good to have his input. In Blazor, like, instead of closing a render, I would just hide the page, like, as opposed to navigating to it. Right. It's more a case of, I mean, what I want to do is cut down the loading, right? So I want to load the data, but maybe we can continue the discussion another time, and I can. So I appreciate having the sounding board. I appreciate having the discussion, but it would be interesting to know the differences. So how do I do this properly? I mean, this still bugs me a little bit, but then actually, I don't need to do it that way. Ooh, just dawned on me that I can do something different here. Now I know. Now I've learned a new technique. I can do. Don't mind me. I'm just completely diverting to something else, but it does clean up the code another time. And I appreciate it. So I can do subscribe notifications.feature.ts. So what I can do here, if I get it right, I might be able to avoid having the notification service in here and be able to inject the subscription to the notifications as a separate feature, and that would allow me to hook into. Then I can hook into on init of the store, and I can subscribe to the changes. So this would allow me to avoid having that explicit. So I have learned something along the way. Let me do that, and then let me go here. Let me do that, and then this is going to be with notification subscriptions. Now, signal store feature with hooks. So we do get state. So let's remove that a second. And then can we do yeah. Yeah, it's not going to really help me as much as I would have hoped. Hooks. So unless that works the same way. Like, can I do that? Can I do... Yeah, that doesn't work the same way, does it? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, it really doesn't make a difference right this second, because that would not be. So what I'm thinking is, okay, well, I can now trigger and say, hey, you need to change your state. But I actually think this is probably not the right way to do this. Although a notification is a notification. So if I'm using the IDs, then I could potentially, if I had the concept of dirty, I could actually mark an entity as dirty and say there are changes pending, and then mark it as not reloadable. The challenge here would be, do I get dependency injection, inject services into with hooks, signal store. With hooks, on init hook function. I mean, I suppose I could use read-only const service equals checked. And then store get state store as state, and then we do patch state store update entity. ID is result dot data dot. Actually, this would be if I mean, I'm doing this like for no particular reason. I'm going to see if I can mark it as dirty, which would be good. Or rather, has updates. But again, I would only know it at the top level, which is kind of, unless I start pushing notifications for everything, which could, it is a possibility, but I don't know if that's necessarily a good option. Um, so again, if you haven't been in the stream before, right? What I'm working on is I'm working on an agile project management platform, right? Think Jira. The way this is intended to work is, or the way this is currently being designed is, I have many components, right? So I have a tenant management system, planning, ticketing. And the idea is right now I'm focusing on planning. Planning is the step in between ticketing and stories, right? So if you're used to things like Jira or a Monday or other tools that are about project management in general, or software development is the primary focus of my goal, right? Primary focus of my design. An item might come in from a customer to our product management team, and a product management might try and get requirements and add a story in, and it goes in the backlog. And as developers, you eventually see the requirements, or you eventually see the stories, and you're meant to point them and want to size them. And what currently happens is stories end up filling up in a backlog, right? So there's other things that don't come in from customers, things that the product team want, or things that other internal customers want. Hey, we want to see this header, or we want to see this icon, or we want to see this thing. And what happens is this backlog appears of items to be worked upon, and it kind of sits there stagnant. And every now and then, oh, where are we with this? Where are we with that? Right. So what I want to do is introduce planning as a concept to that, it's a component of that process, right? So initially, the idea is that you will create a planning item. A planning item has the ability to have requirements added to it, and those requirements are kind of definitions of what do I expect from this thing. So the planning item is intended to be a kind of an actual collection of documents, of images, of discussion, notes, etc., that get added over time, and really kind of evolve what is a story, so that by the time you actually get to a story, the planning item can be produced, can produce one or many stories. The system is broken down into, right now I don't have stories because it's not something I'm focused on, right? Ticketing is something that I want to kind of generalize as a concept, because again, tickets can be a flow of data. So one of the things I worked on early on was just to try and prove that when you get a ticket, if you want to make that if that ticket becomes more than just the support ticket that it is, it can be produced, it can be promoted to become a planning item and see those notes, etc. But the way the system is outlaid right now is data comes in and is stored in a database specifically for planning. It produces information to Kafka that is distributed and stored in a view database. That view database is then read from the client. So when I'm doing things on the client, what I'm doing is I am I'm adding them, I'm sending them off to the right side of the data, and then eventually they're getting through the view side. The challenge is the disconnect there. That distributed component, it may seem like overkill, it may seem like a problem, but it's actually something that's very useful. So it will allow me to grow the system. It will allow me to expand the system, and it does come with some benefits, but it does mean that the system is a little bit harder to use, and some of these patterns that I am, kind of growing into. are going to be a little difficult. I've got to learn them, right? Sorry, I'm just checking something. So there's a lot of different things like this tooling, signal stores, etc. This is new for me, right? I've got to learn how to do this properly, and I think it is the right way. It doesn't feel wrong, but it feels like I'm feeling the pain of doing things. So I've got to kind of reevaluate. Okay, is there a different way of approaching this challenge that actually fits with the way I'm doing things, but doesn't mean that it's going to be very difficult to extend the system? Because oftentimes, whenever it's hard to do something, it's oftentimes a measure, an indicator to you that you're probably fighting against the grain and probably not doing something the way it's intended to be done. Not always the case, and experience will sometimes say, yeah, you gotta kind of fight through that. But then someone might come along and say, oh, well, no, actually no. So of type, notification type. So what I'm going to do here is a notification data category. Actually, let's make that a category. Let's make sure our naming matches so that we're using the same words. Right. Equals category. Then we shouldn't need to do we should be able to do this generically. Right? Because we don't actually need get state. We should be just able to do result dot data notification received dot target identifier if result dot data and right. So what I'm going to try and do there is I'm going to try and mark the entity as having pending updates, right? So this would actually keep this a generic thing. Potentially. So what I should be able to do there is on here now, I should be able to do with notification subscriptions. Ooh. Oh, hold on. And this would be planning items. There you go. Okay. So what that will do now, and this would rely upon this with entities as well, which is going to be something I'm going to have to learn how to dictate. But the idea would be we'll have has pending updates. Now, sorry for the coughing. Again, I'm starting to wonder if interfaces are what I really want here, because realistically, there's no default to this, so it's not set by default. Which would be nice. But now this would allow me to say an individual item has been updated, and I won't have to do this every single time. I can actually just track the notification subscription. So when I go into here, I can remove that now, right? So now everything's not listening. What we will do is two things. We'll first check. So right now what happens is when this planning item is received, the application updates the planning item. And when we update the planning item, we publish an event. right, to the service bus. Service bus then is right now consumed over here in the view. So the view listens to that notification and then publishes an actual GraphQL subscription notification. So many moving parts, many challenges. But there we go. So what that's meant to do is say, okay, well, if we go, this is kind of going to be difficult. So if I add a new item, right, everything's running. So if I do, this is a new item, a new planning item created to show the workflow, 03 31 2023 2024 is assigned to me. Right now the system's configured to say, okay, well, it's only going to push notifications down to people who are assigned, which makes sense, right? But there's obviously other rules for when it should actually publish. So when I hit create, this is a new item should appear down here, right? And eventually I should see a notification come up here. There we go. So we actually get our subscription. Now we got here, which means we got data and it's for our category, right? So 2 areas subscribe, right? The planet, the store is listening to the notification subscriptions. And the reason it's listening is because it needs to know that this has to change, right? But this is also being listened to here. There is a store specifically for notifications, and that just subscribes, right? And this is okay. This just pushes in a new notification. So it's the same sort of subscription. Now I wouldn't want to listen to this because it doesn't need to narrow that subscription. But this now I have the ability on anything to say, okay, this item has changed. So what I should be able to do is I should be able to go into if I go into the views, I go to planning item detail and I go, oh, that's interesting. Oh, it's because that's hidden. So, because I've set identifier, right, it actually loads the planning item's state and gets that planning item. So the planning item, so the last planning item I added should actually have, it doesn't. Huh. Interesting. So when we got the notification, we did get the subscription, and it did update, but it has not changed the state of this object at all, right? Because it's not loaded. So it's got a planning item. That's great, but that subscription is meant to pop Okay. So several things going on. What I'm contemplating is, sorry, I have right now. What happens is when the update planning item happens, right? Or rather, the update planning item. So right now we get in here and we publish this event on the message bus. What happens if I change the publisher of this event? Right? What happens if my consumer is the publisher of this event? And I actually say, but I still don't know. So I can either make it chattier. So what I'm thinking about here is if my update planning requirements actually also published an event to say requirements changed, and I published, because it doesn't matter. Um, it doesn't matter if oh, again, if you are in chat and you've experienced this, you have thoughts or opinions on what I'm doing, you are more than welcome to share. I'm trying to do this on stream so that I can kind of share this struggle. So yes, I am struggling a little bit because I'm trying to design this out, right? I'm trying to think about these things and how they impact me going forward. Some of this is stuff that I have experience of, but stuff I haven't necessarily done for a long time, or I've not actually touched this stuff. So in the case of these stores, I haven't really touched the stores, so the concept is new to me, but the challenge is a new perspective on the challenge. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm thinking through these requirements. Now, one thing I was thinking of there is, hey, what happens if I just publish, hey, requirements changed? So then I get 2 planning item updates, 2 notifications essentially. If there's changes on the notifications, if there's changes to the planning item, right? Because I can determine the difference, right? Right now I'm not. I'm always publishing, but I could actually say, has anything changed? And if it has, then it was updated, right? So I could differentiate between the two. So if I just stop my view consumers, right? What I could do is say, okay, well, if it's not existing, it's a brand new one. So that's going to publish anyway, right? So I could do that. And here I could say if has changed, right? Then publish, right? So I could do it that way. Oh, come on. Why? Oh no, because your assigned user ID is different. Pain in the bum. Int assigned user ID. Right. So I could do something like that where I now can publish this. But I could do planning item requirement as updated. Right. Now, Oh, no, that would be planning item updated. Sorry. That would be planning item updated. So that would only publish an event in the case of the actual planning item itself changed. Now I could go in here and again, I could publish that a requirement changed, right? Or there were changes, right? So I could do bool requirements changed equals false. And then I could say requirements changed equal true. Requirements changed is true. And then if requirements changed, right, then I could publish the event, right? So I could now publish a new event. The benefit of doing it that way would be that now I know the difference between a planning item changing and a requirement changing. I'd create a new event for this and listen to this separately. So again, if I just add a requirement, the planning item doesn't change, so it doesn't tell it it's changed, but it does have requirements changed. So I would actually have to add a second subscription. So if I do it that way, I can track everything on the client. I can actually push down notifications that tell it specifically what entities to update. Now, my server side is getting a little bit too much knowledge, but that is kind of back end for front end, right? My back end does now know a little bit more about how my front end is implementing it, which is a challenge. What is a downside to this? So this is just a sample description right now. Obviously, this is going to be different. Again, this would only publish if requirements had actually changed. Sorry. Sorry. For those who haven't been in here before, I've had about 3 weeks of sickness of some form. So I'm still coming off that. So I apologize for the coughing. If I don't know how much the noise gate catches. I know it catches some, but I don't know how much, so I do apologize. So the benefit of doing this would be that I'd be able to push kind of granular events down to the client. Again, I would only push them if something changed, so it wouldn't be too chatty. If I just received an update for an entity and it just didn't do anything, nothing would really push, so it wouldn't be changing anything. It would just be a background. Okay, I got something. I would be able to differentiate between a planning item being updated and a requirement being updated, even though they come in as the same thing. This is a good change regardless, right? So I only publish the change if the planning item itself has changed. So this is a good change. Now I wouldn't see a notification when I add a requirement. That's good. But if the requirement's changed, how would I handle that, right? Because again, I've just gone and made this change on the client to say, okay, well, we have subscribe notifications. Well, now this category, do I put subcategories? Do I put, because all I do is mark it as has pending updates, right? So that doesn't tell me that I need to reload. That just tells me that there are updates pending for this thing. Now, if I hit reload and that requirement wasn't a component of that change set, I will reload and that requirement will disappear. Is that acceptable? So if something else updated the planning item, let's say I added the planning item, right? and I went in and I started adding requirements. Those requirements are going through. The notification comes in and tells me the planning item has changes pending, right? I can still add things up until the point I do something about that has pending updates, right? So if those requirements weren't finished yet, and I go in and I hit update, my requirements disappear. Now, the UI could be told to update on when I have pending updates, and I'd see it appear, but that wouldn't necessarily mean that I'd be happy that my requirements changed. This is quite the challenge, because I've got like so many different chickens and eggs going on, right? I've got the state of everything, the state of individual things within things. So is the right design here to break this up into different stores? That feels really heavy-handed, right? So what I started down before was actually going getting the state of the, so this works as a concept, right? I don't mind this to tell it, hey, yeah, by the way, you've got some changes pending, right? That's not worrying me. So now we load all, and essentially what would happen is every time we come into this, if there is the ads are about to run, by the way. If anyone's watching and is interested in this continuing, just let me know. I will pause while the ads do run. So I can remove that as well. So what's so many different things that could trip me up right this second, right? Let's add in another event. Right, so we have a shared, we have a messaging, and we have events, and then there's integration and service events. So integration is events that go to Kafka that publish data between the systems. So an integration event is just literally this object changed, anyone can consume it, right? The service has events, so this would be planning item requirements were updated, were changed. I'm trying to be explicit about what that is, right? So, GUID, what did this take? GUID identifier. I'm not going to push down the requirements through this. I'm just going to say, hey, these changed, right? Public GUID identifier is how I did it there. Yeah. So I know which planning item they're for because I've got to associate them. So that's not a problem. So in here now, we're going to say if requirements change, we're going to publish. We need an iMessage bus. This is probably going to break my tests because I probably do have tests around this. I do have tests around this, yes. Hopefully not too many, because this will take me down a rabbit hole I don't want to go down right this second. So command.identify, this is the planning item, right? So this is the actual planning item I need, and that's all I need to tell it, right? So now let me go fix the tests. So we need an I message bus. So again, if you see ads, I do apologize. I'm going to continue. Not many people chatting today, so that's okay. iMessage boss. Hey, Dota. How you doing? It's chatting on Discord. Nice. Still owe you a read of a article. It's not been very well. Not bad, not bad. Trying to the pointing article still. I need to read it. Just haven't had much energy for it very much recently, as you may be able to tell from my my voice. Gotcha. How's things been going? I am either making a large mess of this project. Whoa. No, what the heck did I include there then? Oh, I abstracted it. Okay. Pretty good. How to Friend movie yesterday. Nice. I abstracted it. That's okay. That makes sense. And then we inject that into here. I do need to come back over this and identify what tests this should, because I think there actually should be some differences here. I'm just about ready to reprogram the multi-room Alexa implementation. You pick up lots of different projects. Okay, so the tests are there. So let's have a look at what do I need to change here. So when a requirement already exists and no changes, this is, yeah, fact. No, my yearly personal project also. Yeah. The deeper down the rabbit hole I go with this project, yeah, and right now, because I'm in the UI world, the like everything feels like it's so far away. Just of 8 hours. Like, I know that my goal for this project is slightly different than most people's like like lifetime projects, but the scope of this increased massively once I touched the UI. Once I decided that Angular was the client, I think I made this. I don't think I made a mistake. I think that I've made something that is a monster that I've got to tame before I can make significant progress with the project. I think I'm being held back by I've got to learn how to do some of these things. So I've introduced, so much technology. I've introduced so many moving parts, and it's working, right? It's not. I'm not struggling to get the technologies to combine. It's just I've got to learn a ton of lessons on how to manage this data, and that's what today is, right? Today is me realizing that I need to handle things that you might not expect. I've thought for a bit now that looking at outside in first from a design use case perspective is useful before going inside out to actually build it. Yeah. So the challenges have come from, and I'll kind of go into this right now because this is yeah. And I'll definitely agree with that because from when you go from the outside, you kind of dig into the requirements as you go. So you kind of start with the abstract and move to the specific. So right now I decided that a planning item has requirements, right? And requirements are attached to the planning item because they do not mean anything on their own. But even if I disconnect them from the server side, right now they're published as one event, right? Planning item comes as an event. On the client side, I combine them so that a planning item has requirements, right? And then from a GraphQL perspective, a planning item has requirements, right? So when I load a planning item, I can actually ask for its requirements, right? And the requirements are, as I've kind of thought through more, this is just the basics of them. There's going to be more adding images, etc., to these things. A planning item is going to have notes and stuff. But from a behavioral standpoint, the hard part here is this is because of the distributed system components, right? Right. Because I have this write database side of things and then the read database side of things. If the client, and again, I really need to store the actual client, right? So the client lives here. Sorry. All right. So the client lives over here. We have well, spikes don't exist at this phase yet. So right now, planning items are literally just kind of discoveries, right? So I'm using planning as a discoverability aspect, right? So, so a planning item is aimed at being a kind of evolutionary component, right? And you add more information to it, and then you generate a story out of that thing. So the planning item is kind of the yeah. Hi, Watch Me Looking. How you doing? Hi, I have a question about EF migration. Wonder how to fix duplicate migration table from another DB context. My first DB context includes identity and additional 3 DB sets. And for the separate DB context, app DB context where it only contains 2 DB sets. And once I migrate app DB context, it also takes the additional 3 DB sets from. Once I migrate app DB context, it also takes the additional 3 DB sets from. So you have 2 DB contexts. So let me first drive that down. Is it a duplicate? Like, does one table exist in both contexts? Or is there no duplication and you end up with 5 DBs, 5 tables, and disconnecting the migration, the implementation from the actual data set? So you run the migration. So there is 5 tables. There's not like 4 tables, right? There's 5 tables, 3 in one and 2 in the other. But it's running. Uh, it duplicates when I run migration from. New window. So let's see if we can dummy this out a little bit. So you have context, app context. You have auth context. You have user. Right. Let's see. You have group, public ID. It doesn't matter what these tables are. Public user ID. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what these are. Just more the idea that it's first simple and then so let's just folder these as auth and then app. So what I'm trying to do is just for the sake of discussion, create something that generates something and we see if it works. Separate the auth service map. What's the name? There's app user. Yeah, this is actually sorry. My throat's getting very dry, so I'm coughing more, so I apologize. So we have widget. Again, it shouldn't matter what these are. If the problem is the same, we should be able to get the same behavior pretty quick when we create a migration. Okay, my throat's just getting tickly now. Okay. I think my limit of talking is almost up. We'll see. And then this is, let's say, product. or a category or something. Doesn't really matter. We just need something to create tables. Name. Right. So let's just do 2 in each. Doesn't really matter what. In app DB context, public DB set. We need entity framework. How did I manage to create a .NET 6 application? That's quite impressive. I must have changed something. Sorry. Let's try that again. Entity framework core. Yep, that'll add now. And then let's do SQLite. So let's do DB set of categories. Did I not install that? Has errors. Unsupported SDK. What? What did I do there? Hold on. New solution. Okay. Let's see. Can I reload this? Open multiple contexts, new window. Okay, that'll help you. Widget. Oh, come on. How is that on support SDK? I'm using .NET 8 in the other project. There's nothing else I could change. My throat's starting to burn, so I have no idea why it's being triggered, but I'll do my best to okay, let's have a look at the other messaging, edit. Messaging helps if you pick the right project. Nothing in there should give me an issue. A low project. Low project. Project loaded with unsupported .NET SDK. The current .NET SDK does not support targeting .NET 8. Okay. Did I mistype that? Did I type 8.0 and not .NET 8? No, .NET 8. Oh, this is not. This is not the way this should go. Okay, Dota. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you for the luck. Hi, Merlin. How you doing? Okay, let's try this once more. Let's open an Explorer. Right. Let's take that CS proj. Let's close this solution. Let's delete the bin and obj folders. Now let's open the solution. New window. Let's add a new project. Called multiple contexts. I'm doing fantastic. I was able to create my first own REST request using Godot to my Django server. My project's doing good. I'm just trying to help out. I'm trying to test something for watch me lurking. Sorry, I almost said see me lurking there. But it's not going too well. Let's do this. Cut them out. Oh, I created a global JSON. That's why it won't work. So what it had done is it created a global JSON. And this will have got .NET 6. So it was forcing it to .NET 6. Why that was happening, I have no idea. But let's cut them out, paste them there, delete that. Let's go back here. We'll call this multiple context. So something is wrong with my setup, or I must have selected a .NET 6 project last time, and that has made it default to create the global JSON. Interesting way of doing it. It shouldn't matter. Oh yeah, lots of tabs. So I have plenty of memory and stuff on this machine, so. Okay. Let's try that once more. Entity framework core. So this is a Ryzen 5800X, and I have 128 gig of memory. So I'm not afraid of a few tabs being opened. So the reason I'm diverting to this, by the way, is because this is a useful lesson. I don't know the answer, and I like to know this sort of stuff because it is something that you should, that you can come up against, right? So I'm not afraid of the diversion. DB set, and this is going to have user. So it shouldn't matter if the behavior is because of the data, then we'll see it quickly. So trying to recreate exactly what you have isn't necessary. Is what I'm saying. So we have two contexts. We need an app settings. So we need a add configuration file app settings JSON. And that will need a connection strings. And it should be right. Then in here, we should be able to do var host equals host. And then that should be hosting. Both in separate DB. Okay, that's even better then. If they're in completely different DBs, that's even better. So app DB auth DB. That might be wrong. That might just be see, it's helping me. Options.use SQLite and we use this in water, so I'm gonna reference water quickly, just to make sure I don't mess around with this too much. So in water, we do that, and we get the default. Okay, we do that. So post context dot configuration. Okay, connection string. App DB. Static class. I didn't create the static class, did I? Oh, you need to inherit from DB context. And DB context options. App context. Options. Kind of need to do the right things. Okay. That should at least shut you up a little bit. It's not a static class. TBD, do you have any experience with front-end like React, Vue, or similar? Any recommendations on what I should look out for? Most of my UI experience is on Angular. I do have some experience with Blazor and the .NET side, but most of it is with Angular. And as for what should you look out for, in terms of what what are you trying to build with it, really? Why do you think that is a static class? Oh, because I aliased it. I'm an idiot. So long since I've actually gone anywhere near something like app context is a thing. It's so I shouldn't need to. I don't need to run anything here. I just need to make sure that the no, that's the actual app, isn't it? Okay, so we should be able to entity framework call, add migration. So we need a designer. You need entity framework call dot design, I believe, to be able to use it as an app. Okay, I'll check that requirements and read myself more into the different framework. Solve the blockade I have in my head. Yeah, I mean, if you're building, I mean, I'm obviously the client app for me for this is Angular, right? And I'm gonna get this tested and then go back to this. But it very much depends on what you want to do. Do you have mobile requirements? Do you have to, I mean, whether it's mobile friendly in terms of view is not really the case, but do you have SEO requirements, right? Because that can drastically change what you use for the client, right? If you need actual search engine discoverability, that sort of stuff can all change what framework you would use and what tools. Okay, so we should be able to do entity framework or, okay, so auth context, migrations. So, watch me looking. So what you're saying is when I run this now, what should happen? I don't want to just do it. Initial auth context. Sorry. Yeah, there's so many different things that can trigger what you should use and how you should use it. For me, just to explain, so I like using Angular. I have no need for it to be. I have a need for it to be mobile friendly, but the primary use case is going to be desktop. I don't need to compile it down into a mobile application. I don't need to deploy it to mobile devices, so I don't have any need for that. If that was a need, Angular would not be the only tool I need. I need something like Ionic or something that allows building it. If I need it to be SEO compatible from a framework perspective, I don't need this to be SEO compatible because this content isn't searchable, right? I don't need people to be finding, hey, well, what project has this word in it, right? Okay, so if I run this migration, we can always delete it afterwards. So what this should do is this should create a migration script, and this gives me initial auth context. So this gives me users and groups and gives me the tables for that. Now, if I run migration, and this is going to be initial app context, and I switch this to app context. Categories and widgets, and it gives me the app DB context model. So I'm going to assume there's some configuration overlap in the way that the objects are dealt with, because that's doing exactly what it should do. So if I run the updates, Jerry Tom, thank you very much for the follow. Let's see if it creates the app DB. Ooh, that's just because of the. Now it needs a connection string, so that's because I don't have data source. That's what I want. Okay, so we go back to here. Let's change that to the actual thing. So that create the app DB. And there's categories and widgets. And then if we update the database, then we should use auth context. So, and I know that you might be running these things manually, these commands, and I'm using the tooling, which might be cheating. I could probably figure out if it has the commands. Underneath, it should just be executing the commands, but that worked exactly as I would expect, right? So we've got two contexts, we've got two different migrations, as long as I don't name them the same. Even if I name them the same, they would likely not overlap. And it's created two DBs, one with, yeah, I mean, there's auth, and there's groups and users. So I mean, do you see anything that I've done there drastically different from what you've got? Because that suggests that there's either an overlap in the data or you've got a reference. If it's referencing something else in there, it could be pulling that through. Again, yeah. So that I mean, it will. There's the command it would have run. Yeah, you may have some overlap, right? So for the auth context, it would have run EF database update -- project -- start project. That's all standard stuff. Context, auth context, configuration, debug, and then the migration to run. So if they both reference something that's shared, that might be the cause. So let's try that again. Let's go on migrations. Let's delete the databases. All right. Let's try and reference something that's a shared model. Yeah, you're more than welcome to do it. Yeah. Shared model. Let's put it on. Public int ID. So let's see if app, let's say widget has public shared model, but that wouldn't even do it. That wouldn't do what I'm. No, that wouldn't do anything. Unless they both reference. No, let's have a look. Let's see what it does. Does auth initial auth context. Right, and again we can preview it, so I can always do that. Okay, so that created a migration. Groups, shared model, users. Ah. No, that's auth context, that's correct. It's got a table for shared model. Primary key and users, share model ID. It didn't link them at all. It just created a nested table. And then let's do app, initial app context. Yeah, did the same thing. Categories, share model, widgets. Creates an index for you and does everything there. So, yeah, I mean, you can send a screenshot of how it's laid out, but I would imagine there's something that you're doing with the data that's triggering that. Okay. I'm also. I mean, if you want me to, I can send you what I've done here. If you think there's anything that's different, I can zip this up and put it in Discord. It's not drastic, right? but nothing looks weird there. It's doing the right things. It's creating the right databases. Yeah. Yeah. No worries. Okay, I'm going to jump back to what I was doing. Okay, so for those joining, what I'm trying to figure out is I have a highly distributed system, right, at this point, which may seem like overkill. It may seem like a massive no worries, Merlin. I can help. I like to help. No worries. Take care. Thank you very much for coming hanging out. I appreciate it. So I have a read side, a write side, and a read side to my system, right? So requests. This is a general idea. It's not how it's actually working. Okay. Using SQL Server, outcome, auth. Yeah. Auth context. So your app migration ended up with your organization info and your refresh token. Huh. Yeah, that doesn't look. I would delete the migrations and see. Does the auth one do something weird, or does the auth one work? Or is it only the app that bleeds through? Because at the point you create the migrations, the database connection doesn't matter at all. So it doesn't know whether it's going into different databases. So the auth one creates fine. Now, does the app one get any of the app data tables? Or do you have any, because you've got product underscore detail there, how does a entity framework deal with that? Does it just condense it, or does it actually name a table that way? Like, does it create product and product details, or does it yeah. So I'm just I probably should just do this. So this is the gateway. And Can I rotate it? Map, it should be contains product and details. There you go, that's better. I'm trying to see if things gone wrong. Well, if you added identity after the app, well, you had to have either had. I would delete the migrations and just rerun the migrations and see what happens. Rebuild the migration starting with the app. And go that path. Okay, so the idea is I'm gonna. I don't mean to be. I'm not ignoring you. Watch me looking. I'm just. There's not much I can do directly on the stream, so I need to make progress on this as well. So I'm more than happy to continue discussing, but it's yeah. Hi Bronze, how are you doing? Like I said, I'm more than happy to zip up the project I created there, and you can see if there's any differences, but it doesn't look like you're doing anything particularly different. I just recreate the migrations and see if you just delete the migrations folder, recreate the migrations, and see what happens when you create that initial migration for your app first. And then I would yeah, I'd go that route first. Do fine, thanks, stuff. I'm doing okay. I got over my coughing fit from a little while ago, which is definitely of benefit. That's going to bug me. It doesn't really matter. So the idea is the client communicates through the gateway. When it sends data, it comes in through the API. It gets written to the data stores. Those data stores publish data and to Kafka. And then there's a consumer side with a read database. That read database, again, right now, it looks like that, right? Because the sending GraphQL through the gateway I'm using, not possible. Or not easy. So I'm going to have to look at a different gateway tool for that. But the idea being that it should go through the gateway. So I'm putting all that effort in for no reason, because that's what I should be representing. So I might have finally done it. The difficulty this poses from a client perspective is when I add data to the system, it might not be immediately available. So I can't just turn around and load that data back, right? Because I don't have all the data necessary. So, sorry. For those who have never seen this project before, what I'm working on is an Agile platform, an Agile management platform, right? So the idea being that, if you are a developer day to day, you will likely worked with tooling such as Jira or Planet or Monday or Trello or something like that, right? So you could have Kanban or full Agile, right? What I'm trying to focus on is the communication of that data, of the information, right? So that there's accountability and visibility, so that developers don't get bogged down in the, where are we with this story? Why is that story sat there? When did we say we'd do this? All those sorts of things that really should be the product management team's jobs and not the developers. So I'm starting with a middle ground, right? So I'm starting with planning items, and planning items are intended to kind of evolve stories, right? So the idea being that you capture the description of what you want this item to represent. You add requirements to this planning item, and you kind of grow this concept of a piece of work, and then you can talk with developers and build stories from this planning item. So I'm kind of starting in the middle. But because I'm developing this in a distributed manner, it comes with some other challenges. So a planning item and requirements, these are different. Obviously, I can add a planning item and I can add requirements. Requirements don't update the planning item directly. They are independent. But the nature of the system is the data flow back to the client. I might not get everything. So I've got to decide when to reload things and when to do things. So that's kind of the challenge I'm working on. What do you do with the UI when you have a distributed system where things can change and things can update, etc.? That's kind of where I'm focused. I did rebuild and migrate, still the same. I guess I'll add a custom code. I wouldn't go that route. I would persevere and figure out what is. So is there a reference linking? Again, if you have, like we tried from this perspective, we tried adding a reference field, right? So we tried adding a shared model. So both of these contexts reference this shared model. That did not create a problem. So I had no issue creating these things, right? Again, we can delete the context, delete the migrations. Let's delete the shared model. That didn't create a problem, so let's not make a mess. Right? If I go and add a migration for that app context. Actually, let me do one thing. So you believe it could be that. Where does that come from? Where does IdentityDB context come from? It's not default, is it? I've not used IdentityDB context in a long time. That's the primary difference. You have an IdentityDB context. So Watch Me Lurking has a challenge, and I'm just trying to use it from a point of learning. They have an identity DB context and an app DB context, a regular DB context. And when they run the migration for the DB context, it pulls through the identity DB context fields. I think there's a reference gone wrong somewhere, but the but I don't think it's. I still think there's either a configuration flag somewhere that's wrong, or there is a reference that's gone wrong somewhere. Got you. It's in the that's a mess. But identity DB context is only an extension. I'm going to try and find what's the bare minimum I can do to this. What's the bare minimum? I want to do the bare minimum I can here. So we should be able to do auth context should now be able to be an identity. No, that's not necessary. That's that. Well, the problem is they are getting. Sorry, I should not assume his. The auth context is not. They're not running the migration against the auth context. They're running the migration against the app context, but they're getting the auth context fields or tables in the migration. So if I run this on the app DB context now, initial app context. Now again, without going deeper, yeah, that worked perfectly. Without going deeper down the rabbit hole, right? Because services dot add identity. And then you've got app user, and this is a deep rabbit hole of like I get that you've set up everything, you've set up all context, etc. But unless there's something in there that sets app context as being your actual user context, which I can't see from the screenshots you sent, I think you just to help, just a pure help. And that sort of thing is oftentimes a you've got nothing specific. I'm so Lurking is sending me the screenshots to Discord offline, but yeah. Huh. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to run and get something. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, Well, I need to be, oh, of course that breaks. I need to be finishing up soon anyway, so I'm not gonna, um, I can't dedicate much more time to this. So, um, why that would be doing it, I have no idea. I believe it would be, um, oh, that's interesting. Huh. Oh, because it adds it for everything. Okay. Either way, if I was going to run it on app, this is what the tooling recommends. So, okay. Yeah, context is yeah. But yeah, looking. If you need, I will send you the project. But for right now, I need to kind of tidy up what I'm doing here and then finish up. No. So what I'm doing is I'm just updating the unit test. So what I've done is I've actually introduced events, notification events, as a concept in the application. So what I'm going to do slightly different is I'm only going to publish a notification for the planning item being updated when the planning item changes, right? So if the planning item comes in and it says, okay, well, my name changed, the title changed, the user assigned changed, etc., it's going to publish an event to say this is for this person or whatever, which is going to be interesting because I'm going to have to do some more work there anyway. What this is opening up is every time I get further forward, I'm realizing that there's a lot more intricacies that I probably didn't even intend. Um, um, there's a lot of side challenges essentially. Um, um, and this is it's not going to get any lesser, right? Sorry, I'm just distracted by something I just read. Um, so focusing on these particular components right now is useful from the perspective of um, 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 sorry, things are starting to move, so that's why I'm trying to wrap up. Um, so I'm focusing on this because it's obviously getting some practice in for certain things. The notifications, the way the data flows. I'm starting to realize that backend, the GraphQL component, is not going to be agnostic, but I don't really care about that in this perspective, in this instance, because this application stack is built around this API, right? So this GraphQL API is not built for, hey, support any client that I might want to build in the future. It's built for, it kind of has to function in a way I expect. So I'm still going to have these challenges where I need to know when I need to load data, right? So the idea of the stores is that I can store this data, um, and um, I can store this data, um, and not have to worry about pulling it from the server every time. If it changes, then I should be told it changed, and I can go and reload it, or I can mark it as needing reload. We'll figure out that later. So I just need to kind of finish up these tests so I don't lose the coverage. So what I've done is I've said, okay, when a requirement exists and no changes, well, this should not publish an event, right? So this no requirements changed event is published, right? So I want to assert that message bus dot did not receive send arg dot is any I'm just trying to cough again. My apologies if the coughing does come through the microphone. That is not my intention. Right. So I shouldn't send that event, right? When a requirement already exists and title has changed, I should see an event, right? So I want to make sure that I'm capturing these events are being published. No requirements changed event is published, right? So again, cancel arg any cancellation token needs to be there. I can't. The signature won't match. Received, right? And I can validate that actually. E goes to e dot identifier equals requirement identifier. So I'm documenting the fact that that's what's going to happen. Right. In this one, I don't care. I shouldn't have received any of them. And then in this one again, I want that test again, right? So this should also publish that. So if I run these tests, now this does not fix my problem. Interesting. So I don't get it, but I do get that. So planning item repository, acquire user, update planning item requirements. So interestingly, we did not get any changes. Gotta run that test. So again, this doesn't solve my problem. This just gives me more granularity in the notifications, and it's kind of, this could be fighting a problem that I don't need to fight right now, because having that granularity of eventing does not necessarily mean anything to me. Maybe I don't want to use this method for determining updates. Maybe I want to receive them and kind of figure out if anything changed. Also, this actually does need a little bit more, at least the planning item does, because it needs to know what does it need to know? Oh, the user assigned matters. So I might have to publish more information there to say the user assigned changed, because then there's more granularity. And like I said, a lot of these things are starting to flow through as I start to build out the UI. I think moving towards the UI, as much as I didn't want to do it because I wanted to figure out a lot of these things sooner, they are kind of triggering. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, that needs to work like that. Oh, this needs to change. Oh, I need to figure out this. And I'm on the simple stuff, right? I'm on the very simple stuff. Once I get to registering for notifications, once I get towards who cares about certain items, subscriptions there, initiatives, and all the other things that come with planning, this is going to get a lot more difficult. Like, what do I need to update? Who do I need to update? And when do I need to update them? So this is just planning. So this isn't triggering, basically, is what's happening. Or no, it said it's not triggering. No matching calls. No matching calls. So oh, yep. Not going to get send. So send is when you are sending a command. Publish. Receive one non-matching call. So I'm eventing here because other parts of the system may want to listen to this, right? I may want other things to say, oh, this changed, by the way, you might need to go and get some more data, or you might need to go and do something. So I'm making this a publish because I don't want the specificity of, or the tight link between my application knowing, or rather the thing knowing that it has to tell the view, hey, you changed, by the way. When it comes time for ticket promotion is going to send a command to planning. That is a known link, and I'm using Service Bus because of the resiliency, not because of that. So this publish async is fine. The challenge here is, why was that sending it? Command identifier is correct, right? So publish async, publish async, and publish async. Okay, so why are you not? Planning item requirements were updated. So when I do that, I should see planning item requirements. Let's see, run unit tests. So receive calls, expected to receive matching call. E goes to identify equals value. See, I like end substitute, but the information it gives me is so minimal. Like, what did you receive? So it's telling me that it didn't receive this. Non-matching arguments. That's how I'm doing it on the other one, right? So when I update planning items, I publish new planning item was updated. Yeah, that's fine. Ah. Most frustrating. Right? There's no other version of it. So we're saying that this argument does not match. Expect to receive, publish async. Receive, publish async, planning item requirements were updated. And okay, so it didn't match that. Identifier goes to identifier. That's a get. That is exactly what I need. Let's make sure the other tests are passing. Okay, so planning is created, acquire user is called, acquire tenant, acquire planning item is updated, is right. Oh, that's not correct. That's specific version. I shouldn't be telling it. I don't want to document that it should be null, or none. Right. I want to document that it should be any. Right. But that shouldn't change anything as far as that goes. Nope, that all passes. So we are testing that there, and it's the same way: received, publish async. And this one just fails because it's saying that it matches differently. So requirement. So this one passes. Any planning items is planning item E. Oh. Again. Pepcat. So I don't care about specific requirements. Obviously, I'm just saying that the requirements have changed for the planning item, right? So again, this event is going to be that. So there we go. Okay, so I'm going to publish that event, right? Now over here on the consumer side of things, right? I don't believe I have to specify anything for the consumers. No, I do. I do have to specify consumer. So again, I can do a again, I'm just going to be very explicit about this consumer. I'm going to remove the were. Doesn't read quite as well. Let's do that, and then that. Planning item requirements were updated. Then we can implement missing members, right? Now let's do this. Okay, so this does give me a planning item. I do need a notification, right? So send async, name of, subscription notification. So this is going to send to GraphQL. Requirements changed, right? Requirements for were updated. The target user identifier. So this is the one I need to think about afterwards. Is if I change who it's assigned to, I technically need to publish 2 assignments, right? So I do need to track that in the event. So I need to publish not only who it was for, but who it is going to now. So 2 notifications need to publish. So this notification system is not the be all end all, right? But this will push down now for that planning item to say this changed, right? So if I start, no, if I go to program and we do configure, add consumer, planning item requirements were updated, updated consumer. Okay. I have to end there, I'm afraid. My food has arrived for the evening. So I'm going to raid over to Sethlix. No, I'm not. No. Most of you that are in here probably are in Sethlix's stream anyway. Well, there's no one else deving, so that I have on my list. So let's go oversee Settlix. That's where I'm going to lurk anyway. I will be back tomorrow morning to do water, drink water. I've got to go eat. So Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate it. Take care. Have a great rest of your day. If you celebrate, happy Easter, and take care all. Bye.